Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to get back here into session. Time now is 3:57 p.m. We're about 3 more minutes. Looks like I have Chairman Nez, Madam Chair Amber Crotty on the line. Two individuals. I don't know if there's any of my other colleagues of the 24th Council on the line. Oh, on the bottom, so. Uh, so we'll wait until we get more of our delegates on the line, then we can go ahead and get started again. So thank you everyone for allowing that time. I don't know who that is. Thank you, everyone. We'll go ahead and call this back our Navajo Nation Council fall session back into order. The time now is 4:04 p.m. Uh, for the record, this is again the 24th Navajo Nation Council fall session, October 21st. Oh, are we recording? Okay, again, this is the 24th Navajo Nation Council Fall Session, October 21st. The time again is 4:04 p.m. Going back into session. I'm here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. I do have with me Honorable Otto So in the chambers too as well. Via teleconference, I have my colleagues throughout the Navajo Nation on the line too. So let's go ahead and get a roll call. And then we can go ahead and go from there to officially get us back into business. Snota?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kidneswell-Crotty is present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo is present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Winika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winika answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona is present. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James is present. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable
Present
Eugene
here.
So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin
Honorable
Jr. is
Nathaniel
present.
Grant. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Here, present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker with 15 members present, including yourself.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charlene, so I'm on the line.
Hey, thank you, Honorable Charlene. So with that, 16 members are present. We do have a quorum.
Speaker, this
Go
is
down.
Delegate Begay. Elmer Begay.
Honorable Elmer Brigade makes it 17. That, moving on down, we did complete our oral reports. Now we're on number 9, written reports. We have our standing committee reports, A, Board of Commissioners, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Indian Health Service Area Director.
Motion to accept report, Speaker Daniel.
Okay, with that, the motion is to accept all reports by Chairman Hino,
Second Halona. Second Yellowhair.
second by Honorable Halona. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? If there are none, go to board. Accepting those reports.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Calvin Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Cadence-Cardy votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Speaker with the vote of 16 in favor and 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
Speaker voted green.
That 16 in favor was Honorable Freeland adding on, so that's 17. 17 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. With that, moving on down, old business. Item number 10, there is none. New business. Item number 11. Item number A, legislation 0243-20. With that, sponsored by Chairman Hino. Before we go with, we're going to read into the record. I'll explain.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0243-20, an act relating to law and order, Navajo and Navajo Nation Council, amending 2 NNC section 970 to 978, Commission on Navajo Government Development and the Office of Navajo Government Development. This is a 2/3 vote. No amendments. Council is final authority. For Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order number 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion Wanika.
Motion
Hello.
by,
Eugene So.
well, let me, colleagues, on this legislation 0243-20, there's been no amendments to this legislation, but there is an amendment request from Office of Legislative Counsel. And that amendment did go out, email.
Oh, shit.
An amendment went out to it was emailed to everyone. And we can go ahead and move on from there. So I have a motion by Honorable Edison Wanika, second by Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, be mindful that we are on And we are on live on many different sectors. And if you're not talking on a subject, please remind yourselves to mute your phones. That, Chairman Inyo, I don't have anybody in the queue. The only thing, again, there is that amendment request.
Nagkasiga lang sa sila. Speaker Damon Shinanta. The Shinanta 24th Navajo Nation Council. I need there is a request for an amendment. It's amendment number 1 for this legislation. But this legislation, plan of operation for the Commission on Navajo Government Development, is a long time coming. The 23rd Navajo Nation Council, what they did was they issued a COA to update the plan of operations for all the executive and legislative branch offices and programs. And so even if they started working on the plan of operation, the 23rd Council went out, and 24th, and this is before us right now, just to update the plan of operation. The last time it was amended and updated was in 1994. Amended to where the commission will work with chapter governments and chapter reform issues. So just to do some amendments to get it up to date. And right now, their times have changed since 1994. It's been 26 years. Time for this amendment to happen, and it's before the council during the fall session. We tried to get it during spring and summer session, but it didn't fly. And so I appreciate your votes to get the plan of operation updated, and then have the office move along with the other programs that need to update their plan of operation. So with that, also for now, unless if there are questions, but we just do need to have that amendment taken care of by the council here. I consult to the Speaker Damon. I do have my agents for questions too also online, Mr. Edward D., Executive Director of the Office of Navajo Government Development. And I believe a commission member might also be on the line also too, but that's if there's any questions. How can Speaker David?
Speaker, motion to amend. Delegate Daniel So.
Oh, with that, there's no one in the queue, so I recognize that motion, Honorable Daniel. So, motion for amendment number 1.
Second, Paul Begay.
Chairman Daniel. So, with that, could we read the amendment into the record? Then I'll get a second.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, amendment number 1 is a technical amendments. 1, on page 3, strike the word "and" before the word "peoples." 2, on page 3, line 18, insert comma after the word "accountable." 3, on page 3, line 18, insert a comma after the word "responsible." 4, page 3, line 21, underline the word "nabik-eyatiet." 5, on page 4, line 3, insert and underline the letter A between the words "through" and "referendum" and shall read as "through a referendum." 6, on page 4, line 4, underline and capital letter C. 7, on page 4, line 21, underline the word "legislative." 8, on page 4, line 26, underline the words "Commission on Navajo Government Development." 9, on page 5, line 2, underline the comma after the word "officers." 10, on page 5, line 2, underline the comma after the word "commissioners." 11, on page 5, line 5, underline the comma after the word "council." 12, on page 5, line 5, underline the letter S on the word officers. 13, on page 5, line 8, strike the word the after the word of. 14, on page 5, line 9, underline the word dine. 15, on page 5, line 9, strike the word at after the word student and underline the word of. 16, on page 5, line 14, remove the underlined words committee. Remove the underline under the words committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 17, on page 5, line 16, underline the period after the word Utah. 18, on page 6, line 4, strike the lowercase r and insert and underline the capital R on responsibilities. 19, on page 6, line 13, strike the lowercase g in the word government and insert and underline a capital G. 20, on page 6, line 15, strike the word its before the word officials. 21, on page 6, line 17, strike the word range after the word strategic. 22, on page 6, line 26, remove the underline from the word government. 23, on page 7, line 3, strike the letter S on the word purposes. 24, on page 7, line 6, strike the word curriculums after the word educational. 25, on page 7, line 6, underline the word materials. 26, on page 7, line 9, strike the period after the word nation. 27, on page 7, line 12, remove the underline under the word director. 28, on page 7, line 17, underline the number 10. 29, on page 7, line 19, strike the S in the word procedures. 30, on page 7, line 20, insert the letter D to the word designated. 31, on page 7, line 24, insert, strike the words Navajo Nation before the word Arizona. 32, on page 7, line 30, remove the underline from the word committee. 33, on page 8, line 13, strike letter D in the word duties and insert capital D. 34, on page 8, line 20, underline the word commission. 35, on page 8, line 20, underline the words and the after the word commission. 36, on page 8, line 21, underline the period after the word accomplishment. 37, on page 8, line 26, underline the dash or hyphen in the word day to day. 38, page 9, line 5, strike the period after the word commission. 39, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly, if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, when notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman Daniel Soes with the motion. Second by Honorable Freeland.
Second, Paul Begay.
Paul Begay? Oh, sorry. Honorable Paul Begay. My bad. Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 1? Going once?
This is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Yes, Madam Chair, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I understand that this is a technical amendment. My concern that I'm counting off 38 changes on this document. And so if I could ask the sponsor of the amendment, I'm just concerned because this is the Office of Government Development, and it just sounds like they need a lot of amendments or technical amendments to their own plan of operation, and just the reflection in terms of their understanding of Navajo Nation law and developing a plan of operation. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty on Amendment 1 with 4 minutes and 15 seconds. For the record, this amendment was drafted by Office Legislative Council from Leg Council. Chairman Daniel So.
Yes, thank you. And again, it's technical amendments. It's really doesn't change the intent and purpose of the plan of operation. It's to just update the language of the Office of Navajo Government Development. And then I'd like to just turn it back over to Jamie Henio and his agent to also respond. Thank you.
Chairman Henio.
To Speaker Damon. This was drafted and requested by the Office Legislative Council, so therefore I'll turn the floor over to our Chief Legislative Counsel, Dana Barba.
That. Let me go to Office Legislative Council.
Good afternoon. This is Dana Bobrov, Chief Legislative Counsel. I want to take full responsibility for the need for the technical amendments. The reasoning behind the need for them is that one of our newer attorneys, advocates, did the drafting, and there was some confusion between that I apparently did not clarify, in that what Office of Government Development provided us had grammatical errors in it. When we put it into the statute, into the legislation, we should have corrected that regardless of what government development did. Unfortunately, I did not clarify that with the advocate who drafted it. So that's the reasoning behind the need for the technical amendments. But as Chairman So said, they do not change any of the substance of anything. They actually just make it read much better. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council.
That. Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions? Going once, going twice, nobody's in the queue. Madam Chair, back to you. It's the reserve time. 4 minutes,
yes,
16
thank you, Speaker.
seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the technical amendments, and I want to thank Legislative Council for assisting. And this goes back to my comment on as delegates, when we're submitting documentation, especially to the programs, we have to there should be some quality assurance. And I've been guilty that I've relied on a program to provide the documentation and it hasn't been stellar. And so I want to thank, I know that there's advocates and attorneys in the Legislative Council that are learning and using their talents. And so I appreciate that effort. And I hope that we can work together. My concern is that this is the Office of Navajo Development, and it would just appear that the work from that office would have some type of high standard. But if we know that all of our programs struggle, and it appears that this program is has similar challenges. So thank you so much, Speaker. I support this amendment, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, colleagues, if there's no one else, we can go to the board on amendment number 1.
Oh,
Go to the board on amendment one.
is it a regular vote? It's just a regular
Hello?
vote, right? Okay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canasba-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Alona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Amy votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vinstein votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker.
I'm sorry, Mr. Walker, can you repeat that?
Yes, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green, Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker with a vote of 20 yeas and 0 nays, and speaker not voting.
Thank you. 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. On amendment one. With that, back to the main motion. Any other comments, questions? I don't have anybody on the board. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Colleagues, this is a 2/3 vote. 16 votes in order for this to pass. Let's go to second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council, you have one amendment. Amendment number 1 is a technical amendment. 1, page 3, strike the word "and" before the word "peoples." 2, on page 3, line 18, insert a comma after the word "accountable." On 3, on page 3, line 18, insert a comma after the word "responsible." 4, page 3, line 21, underline the word "nabikayatiet." 5, on page 4, line 3, insert and underline the letter A between the words "through" and "referendum," and shall read as "through a referendum." 6, on page 4, line 4, underline the capital letter C. 7, on page 4, line 21, underline the word "legislative." 8, on page 4, line 26, underline the words "Commission on Navajo Government Development." 9, page 5, line 2, underline the comma after the word "officers." 10, on page 5, line 2, underline the comma after the word "commissioners." 11, page 5, line 5, underline the comma after the word "council." Page 12, on page 5, line 5, underline the letter S on the word "officers." 13, on page 5, line 8, strike the word "the" after the word "of." 14, on page 5, line 9, underline the word "dine." 15, on page 5, line 9, strike the word "at" after the word "student" and underline the word "of." 16, on page 5, line 14, remove the underline under the words "Committee of the Navajo Nation Council." 17, on page 5, line 16, underline the period after the word "Utah." 18, on page 6, line 4, strike the lowercase r and insert an underlined capital letter R at responsibilities. 19, on page 6, line 13, strike the lowercase g in the word "government" and insert and underline a capital G. 20, on page 6, line 15, strike the word "its" before the word "officials." 21, on page 6, line 17, strike the word "range" after the word "strategic." 22, on page 6, line 26, remove the underline from the word "government." 23, on page 7, line 3, strike the lowercase s on the word "purposes." 24, on page 7, line 6, strike the word "curriculums" after the word "educational." 25, on page 7, line 6, underline the word "materials." 26, on page 7, line 9, strike the period after the word "nation." 27, on page 7, line 12, remove the underline under the word "director." 28, on page 7, line 17, underline the number 10. 29, on page 7, line 19, strike the S in the word "procedures." 30, on page 7, line 20, insert the letter D to the word "designate." 31, page 7, line 24, insert strike the words "Navajo Nation" before the word "Arizona." 32, on page 7, line 30, remove the underline from the word "committee." 33, on page 8, line 13, strike the letter D in the word "duties" and insert a capital D. 34, on page 8, line 20, underline the word "commission." 35, on page 8, line 20, underline the words "and the" after the word "commission." 36, on page 8, line 21, underline the period after the word "accomplishment." 37, page 8, line 26, underline the dash in the word "day to day." 38, page 9, line 5, strike the period after the word "commission." 39, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly, if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Karate with the question of privilege.
Yes, Madam Chair, question of privilege. We're going to vote while we're voting.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. I just need to know, does the Office of Government Development, are they developing water plans to assist the government? Is that part of their function? Thank you, Speaker.
Plan of operation to develop water plans?
In this plan of operation, Are they authorized to help assist develop water plans? Our
Okay.
people don't have water. Is there a water plan? Can we do that with this this program?
Let me go back to Chairman Kenyo. I don't know if you have an agent that can answer that question. Question of privilege.
I can answer to the Speaker Damon, and for the question that's being posed with this question of privilege, I believe this will assist in the voting. Mr. Edward D., are you on the line? Mr. Edward D., are you on the line? Mr. E.J. John?
Hi, this is EJ. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. If you can help with that question that's being posed.
Ed's having a problem with his phone. Let me give the mic over to him just a second.
Yes, Delegate Henio, I'm on the line.
Go ahead.
Speaker Damon, Shitsele, Navajo Nation Council, Yate, Kedahonilzen. For the sake of time, let me just go directly to the question. A very similar question by the Honorable Delegate Crotty was posed to me during a recent Nabik. And as a result of that, I drafted a letter to her, to which I copied also Delegate Charles Newton, because on the floor, she also requested to be copied on that. So in the letter that I submitted, I basically said to the Honorable Delegate Crotty that we do not engage in direct services such as water, such as housing, such as transportation, roads, et cetera, et cetera. Our services is basically to make recommendation on government reform to the Navajo Nation government at all level. So these can be structural changes recommendation. This can be some code recommendation. And yes, and so to that end, we have 2 policy analysts on board within our offices that primarily do that type of work. So I hope this answers the question. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. With that question.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty. Actually, my question was to Legislative Council. I did receive the letter. I don't agree with the Executive Director. I don't think a water plan is direct services, but the government does provide water to the people. So if I could ask my question to Legislative Council, in this plan of operation, is there any prohibition from this department or program to help assist the Navajo people access water? Thank you.
With that, to Legislative Council.
This is Chief Legislative Council. That's a very interesting question, and the answer, I think, lays in what Delegate Crotty is describing as a water plan. I think that there may be some room in the Commission's duties and responsibilities to provide some strategic planning. I'm looking actually on page 6 of the legislation under section 973, duties and responsibilities. I'm looking at B2. It starts on line 17. And it says to provide short-term and long-term strategic comprehensive planning evaluation and development appropriate to further enhance the Navajo government that will perpetually accommodate the Navajo people, both at the central government level and at the local level, by providing for their involvement, promote their general welfare, ensure governmental accountability, integrity, justice, domestic order, and retain Dene traditional harmony, cultural respect, heritage, and the protection of civil liberties. So I don't come to the conclusion that they are outright prohibited from developing some type of water strategy, some type of putting together some type of water or resource type strategic plan. Maybe it's something along the lines of developing some type of Navajo Nation priorities, something like that. So I don't think they're prohibited from doing it. A lot would go with how it's structured. The one thing that I will point out, I'm looking for it, is that the commission works by recommending referendums to the council, and then the referendums go to the public. So what if government development was to go forth and look at some planning, some water planning? It could be done, but it probably could be done depending on how it's structured. But then it would be something that would go back to the Navajo people through referendum votes. Okay. And thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, we're voting now. Let's go to the board on legislation 0243-20 with one amendment.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
Green.
Honorable
green.
Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty,
Delegate Amber Kinswa-Crotty will vote green for water. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Pernell Halona,
Halone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Oto So,
Vote green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker, vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Did I sign off on it?
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Did I sign off on it?
Talcott Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Charlene So.
Vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Speaker, with a vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays, and speaker not voting.
Hey, with that, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, moving on down, was, okay.
Speaker.
Okay, moving on down. Legislation 0248-20, sponsored by myself and Honorable Wanika. Wanika, are you good to handle this one?
Yes,
Okay,
Speaker.
good. All right. Well, with that, let's get this read into the record. Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number, legislation number 0248-20, an action relating to the Budget and Finance and Nabucco Committees and Navajo Nation Council approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the total amount of $442,583 to the Navajo Election Administration Office, waiving 12 NNC section 820E, F, and J of the Appropriations Act. This is a 2/3 vote. You have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee, and it has one amendment, do pass with one amendment. Amendment number 1, swap out budget forms with revised budget forms, which are attached to the committee report. Navajo Nation Council is final authority per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, is there a motion?
Auto.
Motion by Honorable Otto So. Is there a second?
Hino.
Chairman Hino. Second. With that, colleagues, Nabi work. Going once. Going
I have a
twice.
question.
That, Honorable Wanika, 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Speaker and members of Navajo Nation Council. Yat en hidishnido letano so the legislation again. I think I have my agent, Rodriguez Morris. Rodriguez, are you on the line?
Yes, sir, I am on the line.
Okay, thank you. For the primary election, again, for the amount of 442,583. The amount specifically is to take care of the primary elections in reference to the ballots, the payment to go to the poll officials. The ballots, again, it consists of absentee ballots, though major ballots for election day. I don't for all the announcement that's been going on the radio as far as the dates and the timeline and then also for the training of poll official recruitment. Though when the training will be, all election-related information for the radio, though the newspaper. Without as far as the budget is concerned, for more specific information, I'm going to go ahead and defer to my agent, Mr. Rodriguez Morris, our interim executive director. Mr. Morris.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Honorable Winika, and Mr. Chair and honorable members of council. This specific budget request that we have coming to the Navajo Nation Council again is to help pay for the actual upcoming election. We are asking for $442,583. And this would pay for the actual elections, for the chapter elections, which includes all chapter positions, also school board. If anything, this is, I've been before the council several times this year requesting for money, for dollars for the election. Currently, we are operating on the continuing resolution that keeps us operating quarterly. However, this money that's set aside, as Honorable Winika states, it includes anything from paying poll officials, their training stipends, the day that they work as well. It includes their mileage and their actual stipends, which comes out to an amount of $105,000. This is for all poll sites across the Navajo Nation to include 110 chapters. In addition to that, the actual ballots, the actual total that we have here is $260,000. And this basically goes to the actual ballot printing, binding, as well as the actual delivery of the actual ballots. We've already started receiving ballots as of October 5th, 2020. Individuals are already voting right now via early voting, and they're requesting for absentee ballots. In addition to this supply cost, it also includes postage and courier service as well, to actually mail the absentee ballots out as well. And as it is right now, we have over 110,000 registered voters. The actual voter registration increased since we after open filing closed. So if anything, that's what we're looking at. Also, in addition to this, this amount will also go to pay for personal protective equipment as well, sanitation equipment and disinfectant supplies. We are in the process of procuring that right now. A majority of what we've been actually preparing has all been done by anticipation that our vendors will be billing us after the election cycle. So we're basically running without an actual budget for the election, but we are on target. We are meeting all our deadlines. The monies here also will cover communication for the actual election day command center, which is $1,000. And that's where we have the printers. They actually come in to assist us to tabulate the actual election day. And we probably will be setting up here in the office as well in our common area to ensure that we continue to try to keep our pricing as low as we can. In addition to this, we actually have $4,700 that's set aside for repairs and maintenance. This goes to the actual voting machines. The voting machines have to be maintenance, and at times there has to be parts that have to be replaced for these machines. That would start by Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. The voting machine specialists will be headed to Albuquerque to ensure that the machines are calibrated and that they're fully. This is also done by the individuals who do the actual printing of the ballots for us. So we're asking for that as well. And also under special transactions, we also have money that's set aside for campaign as well. And that's usually to pay for either the museum or it would pay for the actual extra rooms within the hotel that we occupy here with Quality Inn. And again, those extra rooms are needed for election day, for additional staffing, and also for the individuals that come in to assist us on that day. We also have $70,000 that's set aside for printing and advertising, both for newspapers and radio. That can get really costly as it is, just to even put one radio spot on the radio. But again, we've also been working with the media, the ones that are willing to invoice us as opposed to having us pay up front based on our limited funds right now as well. So I would just ask on behalf of the staff here, as well as the Navajo Nation voters, I would ask that you would support us in passing this legislation. We are on target. We are meeting our deadlines, and we would just ask for the Navajo Nation Council to pass this resolution to allow for our office to be able to actually pay for this election. I'm available for questions and to clarify anything that I may have discussed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodriguez. I appreciate that information. Also, there's filing fees as far as all those candidates that file for positions, and the amount is $171,200. And if for some reason this legislation doesn't pass, this thing, what we're going to go through with people asking for their filing fees back, quite overhasty. So I don't that you've probably seen Lewis or store. There's quite a few posters up. Vote for me. That no. Although when you listen to the radio, KTNN, KJK, KYBA, KNDN, that ahida, ada so I thought the question and that is lale chata ito as chapter president, yes, secretary treasurer that know that. The question is over has hit I thought Nzagwilo was the election sige. So even that I say Banda Ika, Tobana Oshka, to go ahead and pass this legislation. Allah ni this money is going to be coming from unreserved, undesignated fund balance, and the Idani president in China. Basically they no the way veto none hit it. I think he also understands that this election is already going, and a quite Asian little band today case to live. A cohon so information getting high slide or let the cat la. Speaker.
Yes, that. Thank you. We do have a motion. We do have a second. Go to Honorable Gay. 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I don't know whether Delegate Wanika, I don't members of the Navajo Nation Council. I don't see are there. There's not out there. I don't get the election. I know that first of all, you know that there was no primary election that happened because we postponed it. We wanted about the reason why was postponed it or was canceled it actually. I think so. They needed behind by Yataski. You guys are saying that Bahaski on it. It was canceled. Today it's still like that. What's the difference between that? The day was back at that primary, I don't know today, it's still like that. In between there, don't question how many relatives, how many people or the net people, their lives were taken by this virus. So actually we're saying that up to today now as leaders that the lives of the Navajo people, which is more important than but East and South has been is it more important or the election is more important? That's the question that we have. We know that we can't have both of them. And then right now, we've seen that there's already some exposure that happened with the election. The rising of it. The positive of that contact of COVID-19 is still on the rise again. We still continue doing this. Actually, there's no money for it, but best about then that we're pushing it. Now we're going into undesignated, unreserved fundings. Then all the agenda that we're looking at, and all the resolutions and all the legislation that we passed by the Navajo Nation Council that's related to COVID-19. How many of those resolutions, how many of those legislation was passed by you guys, by us, Navajo Nation Council? And then some of them was approved by Navajo Nation President, Vice President's office related to COVID. And now, no. So, what are we saying? If somebody was looking from the outside, saying that no, and then we cancel all the events, even the school, we haven't even have it reopened yet for in person. We're going to have the election. So how safe is it? There's no, where's the plan that we want to see that? The safety part of it, there's no structure of it. So that was my question. Reserve time. Thank you.
That reserve time at 49 seconds. Okay, with that, nobody else on the board. I'm gonna go back to Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker. Although Delegate Honorable Elmer Begay o Kuroda ani den o di bayan tige do what ada that's not the case of this the dishnitlit out of bohnet zanda kondet ani primary election ge ila is not important edo di nida jot I seven yes that neheki abo oseleo ben primary election get o cancel lilia ako a evening so based up at the evening ako ala ni the question ayasa the hasli my votes were violated no, which is not the case. If it was a county election go in the primary election you have to vote in your party. A lot of people's voting rights would have been violated. We're not by a party system. Only one election can take care of the whole thing without violating anybody's right to vote. or their choice of candidates, as though it wasn't an issue. It's an important election because working with the counties and the state, that's how we maximize our participation, both in the Navajo Nation election, also in the county and state and federal election. We're past that now. COVID, the Nenigidani, Yego Aya, Anin Hinadashnish, a conde, Taita to net or Yuta is nil, a co quay binantla, a coho, decreasing Daita absentee voting. I said large candidate at all the 5 agencies. So there's probably a lot of people that already voted. In that are needed, if we base out the neighboring not all adults without need or store, and then we'll be violating their rights to vote. I could ask you anand as a link which is more important, the people or the elections than Ninige. Is very important. There's people that want to vote for their choice of candidates. Even in addition, there's posters and there's people that are on the air. Virus will be pretty safe. We'll be totally safe. Just go back to Sunny, I put out. So that Janssen, that Ado, but Ireland and positive shit don't need to call quiet. I need overhatsit. I need on a can low bahatsit or put in that I said, oh, what the deals that all government yet, oh, what Ado lately she's out of Bohonat Sada. Judik and the corn nice it. And sometimes we should be providing taking the lead as far as the hours. Satan Hiko Nisi Town late and Ashneta. A cohort out at all, Tohashit, a Kosatoe did or that the name the Satoe were the ones that are involved in the government. I don't know what Nisi ton of the no. He were around so a co quaigi. I see so Ada knew what I would do, Niki Ananta. A co quaibini not Annie, Bayan Steed Annie, what I put in the did I data is Nelito Bahasti. A co when so injured Nastido. I don't know if my agent, Mr. Morris, wants to add any additional response. Mr. Morris?
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Honorable Winika, and also Honorable Begay. Thank you for your questions and your comments. With regards to that, yes, I do agree we are in the middle of a pandemic, but all the plans that have been drawn up for this election cycle takes into consideration the use of personal protective equipment for each of the actual poll sites. So we are taking that into consideration. There are health orders, as Navajo Nation health orders, as well as CDC guidelines. We are looking at all those as our guidance, and I do believe that, as I stated before, that we could have a safe election. I mean, even though we're in the midst of this pandemic, we go to public sites, we go to stores, hospitals, other public areas, and by use of PPEs, we're able to function. So I do believe that we can have a safe general election on November 3rd, 2020, and that's what we're working toward right now. So if anything, I do believe that we will be able to provide that for the Navajo Nation people.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morris. Speaker?
Thank you for the response with that. Let me go on down to honorable new individual on the board, Honorable Stewart. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Phila. Honorable Chair, Mr. Wanika, and then Mr. Morris, thank you for being the agent on this time. I just wanted to say that this legislation I do support because, like Chair said, we do have a lot of individuals that have already filed out of signs that not early voting on. Okay, if you go to the election office down here at behind Quality and go. The net sign kid is from the morning to noon and then afternoon to 5, and that's how they're doing the early voting. They don't even have the enough staff to get everybody in and out quickly, but they do and they are doing their best to make sure that this election does come off. And on top of that, on day that with this election to hold off, how many out there are actually going to file? The same one. They had to open up the election again a second time to get people to file again. I'm going to get down this term down that they had to refile again because of their concern for the community. So I do support legislation to just continue with the election. They already are out there. They want to have the election, and it's their responsibility as a person to wear their mask. Wear your mask, sanitize, protect yourself. That's all. That's all I want to say, Speaker. Thank you.
Can we have the cease debate on this and vote on it now, Speaker? This is Delegate Yellow Hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair is the time frame for what we got going on right now. We just started this debate. Since we just started this debate, I'm not going to recognize your cease debate motion right now. Honorable Yellow Hair. We only have 2 individuals, so if I go back right now to reserve time because there's nobody else, which I'm going to, I'm going back to Honorable Elmer Begay, and if no one else speaks, we can go to the vote. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Monica, Mr. Morris. What I wanted to hear is the plan of the safety part of it. I'm not talking about the state and federal election. I'm talking about our tribal election. The way you guys are setting it is, like you said, that which one is more important, the life of the Navajo people. The election can go on next year. And all these people that are saying that is chapter officials, and they're the one that's running. Or they not. So,
Hey, thank you. Time's up. Moving on back. I have one more individual on the board, and then I'll go back to you, Honorable Wanika. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I had some technical difficulties. My question is for Mr. Morris. I'm concerned with how current voting is taking place, early voting. I've watched and I've observed in San Juan County, and they're being very careful, social distancing, requiring masks. But when I was in Window Rock today, I saw a totally different picture at the Fort Defiance election office. Can you let me know what is the protocol? How are we going to keep people safe? I understand that may be a little bit more time if they're in line or social distancing, but I think it's important and it resonates with some of our concerns. If you could help me understand that or send me the protocol and how that is going to be not only implemented, but that the offices will take that social distancing. Thank you. Now the rest of my time.
Whoa. Talking to myself. Thank you, Honorable Madam Chair Karate. Let me go back to Honorable Wanika and his agent, and then we can go from there.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. In response to Honorable Stewart, I'd just like to thank him for supporting this legislation. Ani, if we make sure that we provide all the protective items that's needed, I think we'll be okay, but we all need to help each other. I don't Honorable Yellow Hair, so wanted to cease debate, but I appreciate that. Although Mr. Honorable Almer Begay, Ani, I guess your main concern was plan of safety. And I think Mr. Morris can go a little more into that, but I think he pretty much explained it. And I say we are really focusing on that, and that's very important to keep our people safe. I don't. The election can go on next year. If we had addressed this in the summer session or at the time when a lot of the expenditure was still as far as buying the protective equipment and all that, though the filing fees, file that we could say that so let's go ahead and just support not having that election. No, and I think we're just going to cause more problems by people coming back and say, I want my filing fee back. Although the time that I spent on the radio, so because of that, I think we just need to come together and really do our best to make sure we have provide the safety. I say that to support the election administration to make sure that they really provide the protective equipment that is needed. So I don't for Honorable Madam Chair Crowdy, I'm going to go ahead and give it to Mr. Morse. Mr. Morse?
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. In responding or the question that was posed by Delegate Crowdy, with regards to the actual voting process itself, I do know that at all sites we have our personal protective equipment that is available, and I know that for the Window Rock or the Fort Defiance office here at the Quality Inn, that the 6 feet of distancing has been maintained for voters, for individuals that are coming through. They have an actual system in place to where they require for individuals to wear their masks, to social distance, and they do sanitize everything from the actual voting boxes to the actual pins and everything. all staff members or individuals who are working with us are required to wear their masks. Voters are also required to wear their masks as well. So I really don't know what was observed today with regards to what was being done, but from what I've seen, all necessary precautions are being taken. And I know that within the actual facility here, there were concerns on that, but we don't have individuals just entering the buildings unnecessarily. It's done in an orderly manner. And we're giving regards to the actual health order that was put out by the health command. So if anything, that requires and stresses for the use of PPEs as well as the actual disinfecting and social distancing. So that's what we're looking at. And we're also we also have been collaborating with the states as well for the county offices. And we are working on how we will be occupying each chapter house, each poll site. And how that will be done is what we're working toward right now. So if anything, we are giving regards to what guidelines are in place by the CDC and the Navajo Nation Health Command.
Thank you, Speaker.
Sorry, thank you. That. Moving on down, a new individual, Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Speaker, Honorable Delegate Seth Damon, and thank you, Honorable Delegate Wanika, for your legislation and also for the report on elections. Got less than 2 weeks. What brought this legislation to this point? On the city, we looked at the pros and cons as a whole council of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The Landa Cito, Nascodelia, Kota di Lisa di me. Kodeos Casa, hello, na. Oilo, do Besteda. Not Annie, it was Annie last clear. Do illegal to Nenahalo, Hotel, National Speeder. A court Annie, we go to the stores. Some of them, some of these people, a lot often than we should. The election, over with. I don't. Give them the peace of mind to start planning for their new government. So those that will be elected in new positions. Hey, Diki, in the state of the net or less. Old Kajabetnas, Angin, the hotel, old Kaandalia. Achinada, Kuchin Konda. The election, it or Kuchinate after. Asa, Juno Baho, I could have done this. I don't know that the net or less. Could this have been done or the Tanitado so the Gil can't be cut. Say, yet, at least all that evening. The way Kanas never was added the Naya yet as things on house. The Nachan Tahoit add all this, but Nachable land and today case all this. It's not Dave and yes, that is net or less. Nisha, and yes, that is net or less safety wise. Health concern, those will be addressed along with the voting. Also, that will be got out of the just need or less. The negation has said that is net or less, has said that is yard or less. ko e hot awan sas ke ko oti sabe tan oti ai be kero sa ko okay thank you
Hey, I know. Ooh.
Speaker.
Hey. Thank you. Okay, with that, I don't have anybody else on the board. Let me go back to you, Honorable Monica.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank our Honorable Paul Begay. Njongo Yenit Zida Ni Huta. So that Anil Fond Ice Vinyes Adizado, Nick Nevis Yadil Tioshi, Yat Eho that Ilni. Okay, Odano Yat and Hidini Rolet. I hope we can all vote on this green or Daidit. Ikela. Speaker.
Okay, with that, colleagues, if there's nobody else on the board, I have nobody with reserved time. Anybody else on legislation 0248-20? Going once, going twice, going three times. This legislation, second reading, nope, we don't need to do a second reading. Let's go to the board, 16 votes, pass this legislation.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about red?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kellen Begay vote green thank you
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable
Charles
Amber.
Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
green
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Any votes green
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
green
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Vince James. Speaker with a vote of 20 yeas and 1 nays, and speaker not voting.
Colleagues, 20 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That legislation goes across the street. Let me go on down with this item number C under new business. Legislation 054 or 0254-20. Sponsored by Honorable Otto So. Legislation is 2/3. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislation 0254-20, an action relating to law and order, Nabikayete and Navajo Nation Council, amending 2 NNC section 851 to 858, Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Mr. Speaker, this is a 2/3 vote. There are no amendments, and council is final authority per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, on legislation 0254-20. Is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Elmer Regain.
Elmer Begay, is there a second?
Second.
Honorable Keon Begay. That does not be work. Comments, questions, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Go to board on legislation 0254-20. We are voting.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
C.
Honorable Key Allen Begay
Green.
Jr.
How about green? Delegate Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So,
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Oh, so it is. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Speaker with a vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays, and speaker not voting.
Thank you, colleagues, for that. 21, can you hear me? 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. On legislation 0254-20. That one goes across the street too as well. Moving on down. Item number D, legislation 0260-20. Legislation sponsored by Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Honorable Halona, co-sponsored by Honorable Winika. So veto legislation, overriding legislation. Mr. Rico, if you could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislation 0260-20, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation, overriding the Navajo Nation President's veto of Navajo Nation Council Resolution CS-75-20. This is a 2/3 vote. Council final authority for Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, colleagues, on legislation 0260-20, this legislation is a presidential veto, Navajo Nation Council Resolution CS-75-20. It's the 2/3 legislation, colleagues. This legislation was debated at Navajo Committee. With that, let's go straight to a vote here at council. Go to the board on legislation 0260-20. Oh, actually, I need a motion. Sorry.
Yellowhair. Yellowhair.
Stewart.
Paul Brigade, second.
James Stewart, second.
With that, Honorable Yellowhair, second by Honorable Paul Begay. My colleagues, go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate
Question of
Calvin
privilege,
Jr.
Speaker?
votes.
Question of privilege while we're voting. Question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam
Just
Chair,
really
Charles
quickly,
Newton.
yes, thank you, Speaker. Just really quickly, just for clarification, we are overriding a legislation that the president technically speaks.
Yeah. We're overriding legislation CS 75-20 that the president vetoed.
Speaker, so if we're voting on this today, then does that mean that we accept his overreaching power of vetoing a legislation that the people actually never gave him power to do?
So that this isn't a line item veto, Madam Chair. This is just a regular veto. So we're
So the
overriding.
president has regular veto power?
This is the president line item vetoed. I mean, not line item. The president vetoed CS-75-20. What we're doing is we're overriding his veto of that legislation.
Okay, Speaker, the reason why I asked this question is because my understanding is the president doesn't have the power to veto legislation. He has the power to line item veto. And I know that we've had this discussion before, but I just need clarification because I think there's a lot of confusion. People who are following us along right now are asking that question. So I think there just needs to be clarification that the president does not have the power to veto legislation as he did in this case. Is that correct, Speaker?
No, the president does have that authority. The president has two different veto powers. He has a regular veto, and then he has a line item veto authority that was given to him in 2009 by the voters.
Okay, can you just send me the code, just the citation, so that for the regular veto, not the line item veto, but the regular veto. Thank you, Speaker, and I apologize for interrupting. Thank you.
Okay, with that, continue on.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Begay Jr. votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Herman M.
Red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text message. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I didn't vote green. This is Edmund. I vote red.
Oh, apologies, correction. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul McKay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Speaker. Honorable Vince James votes green. Speaker with a vote of 10 yeas and 11 nays, and Speaker not voting.
Is that showing up?
Thank you. With that, with a vote of 10 in favor, 11 opposed, Speaker not voting, motion fails. That, moving on down, item number E, legislation 0188-20, sponsored by Honorable Otto So. If you could read it to the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council, legislation 0188-20, an act relating to law and order, budget and finance, Navajo committees, and the Navajo Council amending Navajo Code 12 NNC, Section 820N, appropriation lapse. You do have a committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommends that it do pass and is referred to the Budget and Finance Committee. You have a Budget and Finance Committee report that it do pass with two amendments. Amendment 1 on page 3, line 9, delete 90% and insert 2/3 vote. 2 on page 3, line 15, delete words upon its approval pursuant to 2 NNC Section 221 and insert new language beginning in FY 2022. You have a Nabakayati Committee report that it passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. Council is final authority per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Freeland.
Thank you. With that, there's a motion by Honorable Freeland. Is there a second? Second. For once.
Second, Halona.
Honorable Halona. With that, colleagues, that'll be work. For once.
Lucinio, I have an amendment.
That, Honorable Otto So, the floor is yours. 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you very much, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation here is a legislation that is amending Title 12 of the Navajo Nation Code, and is relating to appropriation lapse and basically you eliminate no carryovers, no more carryovers for all programs throughout the Navajo Nation. Every year, the Navajo Nation Council budgets tribal programs each year and through the comprehensive budget process. We budget programs as they say indicate how much dollars they need. And the Navajo Nation Council works through the committees, the committee process, the oversight. And there's tremendous amount of work that happens. And it goes through the oversight committees, and for sure, everything related to the finances, we have to go to the Budget and Finance Committee. And then from there, it goes to Nabakiyatki Committee. It's a committee, another standing committee of the whole. The end that Bishma has undebated, so a comprehensive budget. Alcohol did non nationality with a base on nada dit aho. Programs, we give them dollars to operate throughout the year. Alcohol, by the end of that physical year, usually there's dollars that they don't spend on us. And at the end of the year, when the physical year is almost over and budget season, these programs ask for carryovers. And carryovers, not that your kid, for the next physical year, they ask for new appropriations. So it is very, very important that this measure is to be put in place so that we can shore up some of these dollars and try to save for the Navajo Nation general funds, the UUFB. And we could set these dollars aside for future, for the next physical year. And this legislation has been amended to begin in fiscal year beginning of 2022 fiscal year. But this legislation is speaking to that, so that it makes me wonder if programs are providing direct services. If you give them dollars, they do their work throughout the year, but at times it's good to see that programs are not spending all their monies. It makes you think that they can operate with less. Ako ho baba national ko peso iki khalit ego la ya jochon idole. Ako na kapik eho. These dollars, unused dollars at the end of the fiscal year, programs asked to carry these dollars over into the new budget year. And I really like one of my colleagues' terms related to lapse funds or carryovers. And he called it as a program's bailout at the end of the year. They get another cushion. There's one program that I know received a carryover each year. By the end of that fiscal year, they never use those carryovers. They asked for another carryover of those unused carryovers that they utilize. I see. Makes me think that these carryovers are not spent well. This is simple legislation, and I thank Budget and Finance Committee for making those amendments, and the amendments were read into the record. And carryovers from fiscal year 2022. Don't lay watch it. Niche. Behs ado. Ko nasi kahlo lih. Ko baben nach jo nab Washington nasi kahlo lih. What I share. Thank you.
Speaker, put me in the queue. This is Daniel.
Okay. But Chairman Henio and then the Honorable Daniels. Chairman Henio, you have the floor.
Kasi, headlines sa Speaker David Alshananta, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ado Che, Din General Kabansan, KCG, AD for sponsoring this legislation. That's good to know. I have an amendment that I sent to Manuel Rico and Tom Platero. I don't know if they received it. If they did, the intent of this amendment is this carryover money that are unexpended and given back. We should, or should be put in a special fund account for the following next year's annual budget. These unexpended carryovers that are being returned by the programs, and they should be used towards the following year's fiscal year allocation for general funds. And that'd be a savings on our end too, because every year we talk about we should look for savings at the end, and this is where it's at right now. So if you can find that amendment, I reserve my time if you read into the record for me.
That, reserve your time on the main motion. Where's this at? Chairman Henio, 3 minutes, 55 seconds. But on Amendment 1, sponsored by Chairman Henio, if you could read that into the record, and then I'll go ahead and get a second. Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Amendment number 1, page 3, lines 4 and 5, make the following changes. After the word year, insert a period and delete the rest of the sentence as follows. Will lapse at the end of the fiscal year, overstrike, unless otherwise designated by the Navajo Nation Council. 2, page 3, line 10, after the word council, add the following language. Underscore, the amount of unexpended funds from business units other than chapters shall be calculated by the controller at the end of the fiscal year. The controller shall prioritize the use of these funds to ensure that the minimum fund balance of the unreserved undesignated fund balance is fully funded, and the remaining funds shall be placed into an account reserved for the purpose of funding the Navajo Nation government in subsequent fiscal years, and underscore. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
With that motion by Chairman Hinu, is there a second?
Second, Wanika.
Honorable Monica. Colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Speaker, this is Daniel.
Oh. Okay, sorry, Honorable Daniels, I put you on the main motion.
Speaker,
Go
to the
ahead.
amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kudo, yeah, kudo. Shananta, no senigi. I see kudo was kudo again. Kudo, and the kudo a hard kudo is the way that. Kudo, and senigi kudo. Arona kudo. Speaking to the amendment and also kudo the main motion. I was told translate or let go. The rate. Khalid Elan Fadi in at the chapter level, they do carryovers. So, based on the Gita, they do resolution. Elan for you, because AI don't get at the chapter level. AI don't they or the get carry over and basically is Elan for you, reserve time, Speaker.
Reserve your time on Amendment 1. Honorable Daniels at 4 minutes. That. Go back to sponsor.
What
happened to the dollar
Speaker Damon. I don't know about the dollar store. But to those, Herman Daniels, the chapters, we're not going to be touching the chapters carryovers in the gases here and the Navajo Nation programs. The chapters, it's hands off on this amendment. Go ahead, Speaker David.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh. Okay, so, Shinanta, they'll get Herman Daniels. The chapter carryovers, that stays the same. It's just here at the Wonder Rock program level again, and other programs. Hopefully, this clarifies that. So, bottom line is, with this amendment and the main motion again, the chapters, they stay the same. They keep their carryovers. On social, Speaker Damon.
Hey, with that, moving on down, I have some new individuals in the lineup. Honorable Slater, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a question to the amending party. For the purpose of, depositing this money into a new account and funding the shortfalls in the Navajo Nation government going forward, does it make more sense to create a new account, or should we just be depositing this into the permanent trust fund? And what were the conversations with the controller in developing this? I reserve my time, Speaker.
With that, four minutes, 31 seconds. We go ahead and go back to the floor. Honorable Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and then I'll come back to you, Chairman Hino as a sponsor.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Thank you for the amendment, Chairman Henyo. I guess my question is on a similar vein. So when carryovers are not approved by council, we asked this question many times. So if I could have legislative council or controller, it's my understanding carryovers that are not approved except for chapters go, I want to say, to the UUFB. I'm not exactly sure. And then my understanding was then that's the fund, because I read all of the OMB memos, that the UUFB should have a priority listing for the unmet needs of the government, which sounds like what this amendment is trying to do for future unmet needs. So if I could ask the question from Legislative Council, and then if the controller can chime in on what happens when carryovers are not approved. Normally, most carryovers are not approved. And so I'll ask that question. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Madam Chair. That I'll go back to sponsor, Honorable Chairman Hino.
Kasi kaya na sa Speaker Damon. Daw ko doon naidi condition nanta Delegate Slater and Shananta Delegate Amber Crotty, and one is for Legislative Council. So I'll have Dana prepare that response. But for Shananta Delegate Slater, when this amendment was being crafted, I asked the sent an email out to the Legislative Council during Nabikia, and they had ample time to work on this amendment. And during that time of working on the amendment, Legislative Council reached out to DOJ for comments at the same time to the controller, but DOJ had responded back, and but the controller, they were met with silence from what I was told. But then that she is, our Madam Controller is on the line. She's free to chime in on this, but the idea behind it is just to put some of that money back into the fund accounts for future uses. First account is, of course, the UUFB, which is, as it's stated, to fully fund the UUFB, and then anything that's left over to develop a fund management plan. I believe that's what the process is anytime there's money that's not going back into the general funds, it goes into a special account, which is the fund management plan, and that would have to be developed and then passed by Budget and Finance. I believe that's the process, the way it goes. So hopefully that answers your question, Shananta, Delegate Slater. And for Shananta, Delegate Amber Crotty's question again, I'll defer that to our Legislative Council Speaker, Dana.
That Legislative Council.
Hi, Speaker. It's Kristen.
Yes,
Thank you. So, okay, the current system is that, I'm sorry, Speaker, what was that?
Oh, nothing. Sorry.
Okay. The current system is set up so that if carryovers are not approved by council, and as Mr. So said, it was amended at the Budget and Finance Committee, so it's no longer a 90% threshold, it's a 2/3 threshold by the Navajo Nation Council. So they would go into the UUFB. Delegate Crotty is correct on that. This particular issue, I did discuss it with Department of Justice, and as I understand it, the controller had concerns about it, but did not provide language that to alleviate the concerns. So I did my best to craft an amendment that would alleviate the concerns, and certainly we'll let the controller or Mr. Willie or who's ever on the line speak for their own concerns. But in general, one concern that was expressed was that the minimum fund would have no way of being topped up. So we have a minimum fund balance requirement pursuant to the Appropriations Act, and that is the first priority for the UUFB. The minimum fund isn't a separate fund, but it's a component part of the UUFB. And then there was another concern about possibly things not being able to be funded. There was a concern raised about other open commitments or contingencies. But one of the things that I was cognizant of as I was drafting the amendment was that if council chooses to approve carryovers, and that's been not a guarantee, but it's been a pretty common practice, then the money wouldn't flow into the UUFB in any event. So that was one thing that I did take into consideration, but I certainly invite the Department of Justice and the controller or her designee to share their concerns about this amendment. Speaker.
Speaker, this is controller. I'm on the line.
Okay, with that, Madam Controller.
Speaker and Otto, good evening. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Otto Shiaj, Otto Chair Henyo, Shija, Delegate Otto. So I did receive some of the emails, and I did respond just kind of preliminarily what my thoughts were. I did do some research. I just wanted to start off, I believe, I think Delegate Slater mentioned it. I just want to go off what he said. There is a process in place, which is the UUFB currently. And so I'm not sure how different this can be, but what I want to start off with also is that, so there's already the UUFB process. So I just want to do a little bit of educating. Everything has, we do a budgetary process, and I don't know if you recall, we start with a revenue projection and then we go through the budget process. Well, those revenue projections are based on, they're just projections, they're estimates. And so throughout the year, we get the actuals, right? And so essentially everything's trued up from a budget to an actual. I bring that up because we have to be cognizant of a situation where we don't meet revenue projection. So we run into a deficit. Then what happens? Because what we're trying to do will be problematic. I don't know if anybody has been around from 2009. I believe there was spending with the anticipation that there will be fund balance, and they overexpend by a lot. And so we have to be cognizant of those situations. So regarding carryovers, if they're not expended after you put in a budget, it does fall through to what we call the fund balance. I wouldn't talk about the UUFB just yet, but the fund balance is essentially Governmental Accounting Standards Board, GASB. I usually talk about GAAP. Well, in our situation, we follow GASB, Governmental Accounting. So number 54 talks about fund balance. And so there's a lot of behind the scenes things that happen before we get to UFB. And so unexpended funds, and if there's no carryover provision at the end of the fiscal year, then everything falls through to what we call the fund balance. And then on top of that, let's say in a situation where our revenue projection, we exceeded, our actual revenue is greater than our revenue projection, anything left over also falls to the fund balance. I'm not sure if anybody has any accounting background, but what I'm talking about when I talk about fund balance is the connection between the income statement and the balance sheet. It's what we normally refer to as equity. So the changes on the income statement side is reflected in the equity piece of the balance sheet. In governmental accounting, GASB 54, it's called the fund balance. So I keep saying fund balance. You'll notice I'm not saying UUFB because once we calculate fund balance, which is basically your excess or your unexpended revenues, then we do a number of things per GASB 54. We have certain restrictions on fund balance that we account for, that we net out. We also have committed fund balance. Some of your restrictions would be your loan guarantees, capital projects. Some of your committed fund balance that we net out would be your personal lapse, carryovers, permanent trust fund income. We also have assigned fund balance, which is your encumbrance, your open commitments, and then also anything else, which is called unassigned. Those are all GASB 54 minuses that we do to arrive at UUFB. Right before we do that, we also have the minimum fund balance that Legislative Council referred to. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is as I read this amendment, we're attempting to divert from the fund balance from the UUFB, and if we're diverting, I understand that to mean that we're diverting from trying to account for all of these restrictions and commitments from fund balance that we have to account for. So to me, that would be a problem because as time goes on, we're not going to have monies to take care of some of these things that's required by GASB 54. And then also, we're operating under the assumption that we're always going to meet revenue projections or exceed it, and we're not going to have any deficit situation. Fund balance right now in the UUFB process is set up so it can be flexible. If we start restricting fund balance in this manner, then when there is a deficit situation, then we can't draw from it because we've already restricted to how we're restricting it now. So that would be a major issue. Some of the other things, essentially, I believe we would have accounting rules issues, and I always say the reason why we follow accounting rules is because everybody has to play by the same rules. And so when we go, I bring that up also because when we go to present our financial statements to our stakeholders, like for instance, our bondholders, they expect us to follow the accounting rules. And so I believe this would be a departure from it. and it will be problematic for our bondholders and our bond rating. And the reason why I'm going to go there is because not only are they expecting us to follow the rules, the accounting rules, but also the reason why we got the credit rating that we have is because we're accounting for not only the minimum fund balance, but we're also accounting for contingent liabilities, such as your CMF funds and things like that, because the CMF fund uses the fund balance to essentially restrict those funds. So if we go to use it, then we're taking from fund balance. All of these activities are done before we arrive not only at the minimum fund balance, but the UUFB. That's why the UUFB is like the bottom of the barrel of funds that are totally unreserved and undesignated. So I think we'll have issues, and I believe we do have a bond covenant that talks about the UUFB as well. So if we're diverting from the UUFB, we're diverting from contingent liabilities, we may run into problems on the bond covenant side. Also, anybody looking at our financial statements. So I just wanted to bring some of those things up to your attention. And let me know if you have any other questions. The other thing, food for thought, is we're operating under the assumption that we won't have any deficits. If we have a deficit, like what has happened in 2009, we won't have a fund balance to draw from, because it'll be all sitting in this other fund. So that's where I'm saying we should be flexible and not be restricting. I believe that the intent, obviously everybody has the future on their minds, but I think there's already a process in place, which is a UUFB currently. So I just wanted to bring all of this up to your attention.
Thank you. That colleagues, let me go back to the board. I have two new individuals on the board. Honorable Keon Begay. On Amendment 1.
Speaker Dave, this is Pena.
Yes.
If I may.
Hold on.
Listening to our controller, who is regarded as our our chief financial officer of the Navajo Nation, our pretty much our guru for the financial stability of the nation. And listening to her and talking about credit rating, bond rating, I know that we do have to do what we can to protect those ratings, as they are very important through any future financial transactions that we want to make. And if this amendment will put that rating in jeopardy, and being chair of the Budget and Finance, it doesn't make sense to put that rating in jeopardy when we're trying to protect it. So with that, Speaker Damon, I withdraw my motion for the sake of time, and we need to move forward with our agenda, because I'm already seeing more debate coming and more. So I withdraw my motion, Speaker Damon, and with respect to council and with respect to our controller's response.
Okay. Chairman Henio withdraws his motion. Honorable Bonica, you're holding the second. Honorable Bonica.
Yes, I also withdraw.
Okay. That Amendment 1 is no more. That back to the main motion. Who do we have? Honorable Daniels. Oh, or was that, you were just on the main motion, right? Or the amendment one?
Yes, Speaker, I'm going to waive my time on the main
Okay.
motion too.
All right, with that, Honorable Elmer Begay on the main motion. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about now?
There.
Hello? Can you hear me
Yes.
now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Navajo Nation Council. Yard and then Besa and then you think about the yard and then the money that we have today. I guess we could say that we're very fortunate. That each year, all the leadership that we have, as a government, that we don't have to go beg or do a resolution other than not these monies became available for us every year. So on the previous leadership, we're very fortunate to have this kind of a land to give us this money every year. Not on the it's up to us how we can use it. They're very challenged kids and or elderly. They come to an age to where they get challenged with their eyesight and then their body. They can't really do much of them for themselves. We gave it to as a 3-branch government, and here you could have been we're here for to give the money to approve the money to give to the people that to executive branch that they can exercise it, give it to where it's needed. That's how we do our operation of being a government. So so the money that we get from here, we're trying to get whatever's left over, they could carry over other than
Colleagues, hold on. Honorable Elmer Begay, please remember to keep your phones muted. Out of respect for delegates that are speaking. Honorable Elmer Begay, go ahead.
Thank you for that, Speaker. This is the way we operate. It seems like today, all the attention is to the Navajo Nation government, especially with this CARES funding, how we can do it and when we can spend that money. So right now, in the midst of this, if we can start regulating this money somehow again, to the net base we gave to them, and it's already a procedures It's already there's a process already made. Based on unseen up the ya base the that's the ni so because the I thought the base of the need to list so other one the bad net to list I don't the what I pen hit yet who even now ya quite oh yeah but the hand so oh yeah not take hard that as you know either bank ya not you engine do the so bantus case who she say where go I don't the go based on any clinical do not consciousness get the cause of what is yeah is she the she do this kwa ya de o ta ha ni zo ya de shin song zo da ban su ke si ko di da ko o based on the nabani ni ka ba kwa ya ba on den ta care over ya de na da no ya na di ke zo da ben hayat ki do this o ya ba ta ha ni zo da ya zo da ban su ke si ya so it is yeah speaker
That time. Moving on down. Thank you, Honorable Brigade. Honorable Count Brigade. On the main motion.
Speaker, the only other area that our Eastern is Ahaki, but this should help and encourage the programs to spend the funding of what they have been appropriated, basically, because a lot of times some programs, basically, we have the oversight. Based on just because of some of these technical or the routine process is not passing enough to get these documents in place. You're talking about the bidding, you're talking about all these other areas where it's not really the fault of the program that is willing to push and get the funding to be spent, but it's more of the process. But that I mean, the just like right now, I mean, CARES funding. I mean, there's a deadline set by us to do, and you know that we have a lot of areas that we know that just because of some of the internal process will really play a major factor in getting some of these fundings reverted to certain area to certain account. Based on the there should be if it's within the appropriation process based in the October in that anagi those funding that were appropriated like within 3 months time frame of the end of the fiscal year. So that's otherwise we got programs that will lose out some of these funding just because of the internal process that would really delay a lot of these paperwork. So it is I don't know if there's any language that could be needs to be inserted. Otherwise, I'm not really sure how to vote on this particular legislation, Speaker. So with that, maybe there's a response back by the sponsor. Speaker, reserve the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. That on the count BA on the main motion. Serve time. 2:17.
Speakers, Vice Chair Smith, put me in the queue, please.
Okay, with that, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, you are already in there. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Navajo Nation Council, 25th, 24th Council. Amendment. I'd like to make an amendment. This has been sent out to Manuel Rico, and it should be sent out to the council here shortly. An amendment for legislation 0188-20. I'd like to make the motion to get this amendment put in on behalf of the legislation. Speaker, reserve the rest of my time.
That 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Vice Chair Smith, let me go ahead and see what we have going on here. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Amendment number 1, page 3, lines 4 and 5, make the following changes. After the word year, insert a period and delete the rest of the sentence as follows. Will elapse at the end of the fiscal year, period, over strike, unless otherwise designated by the Navajo Nation Council, and over strike. 2, renumber letter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly, if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, on Amendment 1. Is there a second?
Second, Halona.
Honorable Helena. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 1? Once, twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
There was someone who said speaker before Madam Chair Crotty. Maybe that was you, Madam Chair Crotty. Madam Chair Crotty, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, colleagues. I'm just looking for the amendment. Can you just let me know what time? Was this a few minutes ago, this amendment?
Yes. Did you send it? It was sent out. What time did you send it from?
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I received it. I just need clarification, Vice Chair Smith, just the intent of the amendment. Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
That 4 minutes, 28 seconds. Okay, anybody else on Amendment 1? Going once?
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
I'm Chair Charles Newton. Go ahead on
Yes,
Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. Just really quickly, what is the reason for removing that language? And then also, can we get some information from the Speaker on what this, from the Controller on what this could do to the whole legislation as a whole? Thank you, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
With that, 4:39. Everybody else, so let me go back to
Speaker, put me in the
motion.
queue. Delegate Daniel
Chairman
So.
Daniel So, go ahead.
Lahat sila colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Not speaking. Can you put me on the queue for speaking to the main motion? I'm sorry I interrupted.
Okay. With that, on Amendment 1, let me go back to Chairman Hino.
Speaker Damon, back to me for what?
There was questions on the amendment. I mean, not. It's getting late, sorry. The Amendment 1, I just looked at it. It was the same language at the top. Amendment 1 goes back to Vice Chair Smith. Go ahead. Sorry, Chairman Hino.
Yeah, I'm handsome, but not that handsome.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. Do I have the floor? Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. According to the Amendment 1, do I have the floor on those questions?
Yes, the floor is yours in response.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Crotty, and also Chairwoman Newton. The Amendment 1 drafted up is to ensure that it will lapse at the end of the fiscal year. I'll turn the floor over to Legislative Council on behalf of explanation on why the language is stricken out of the unless otherwise designated by Navajo Nation Council. Legislative Council.
Speaker, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Speaker, members of council, the reason that this amendment was drafted was because it's seen as duplicative. If you look at will lapse at the end of the fiscal year unless otherwise designated by council, leaving that in creates ambiguity, especially in light of the final sentence that has been added to this section, which reads, this provision may be amended or waived only by, as amended, 2/3 vote of the full Navajo Nation Council. So it says now affirmatively will lapse at the end of the fiscal year. And then the final sentence says that it is able to be waived. So for example, if carryovers are determined to be approved by the Navajo Nation Council, it's waivable, but it requires a 2/3 vote of the full Navajo Nation Council. So this, I think, is more in keeping with the sponsor's intent. Speaker.
Okay. We'll go back. Anything else, Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you, Speaker. That's basically the amendment to the legislation. Thank you.
Okay, with that, go back. Everybody else in the queue. We'll go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty and reserve time, 4 minutes, 28 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll wait for my time. Thank you.
Okay, wait your time. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 39 seconds.
I just want to say, Shaja, for explaining that. It does make sense now that was explained to me. I think, Speaker, I may have gotten the old legislation in my packet because the sentence that was referenced wasn't included in this legislation that I have. So I just want to make clear that sentence that Kristen just now read, I don't have that included in my legislation. So I apologize for that, and I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's no other comments, questions on Amendment 1. You can go to board, going once, going twice, going 3 times on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr.
K. Allen votes red.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canaspa-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote Dr. Shah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 20 yeas and 2 nays, the speaker not voting.
That 20 in favor, colleagues, 20 in favor. To oppose, speaker not voting on Amendment 1 carries. That, going back to the main motion. Did, moving on down, Honorable Daniel, so on the main motion.
Thank you. Yeah, setelah kuagi sahul gitu Sinat 24th Navajo Nation Council. A question to Controller, Madam Controller. This particular legislation, if enacted into law, then does not have immediate effect, and there's a time lapse. And I'm wondering if that would be enough warning to the fund managers and other folks that there is this change coming. And would that be, it wouldn't be a surprise that this action wouldn't be immediate, but would have a time lapse. Would that be a good forewarning to the fund managers and those folks that ultimately come up with a credit rating? That would be my question, to basically get clarification on this intended purpose of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Thank you, Chairman Daniels. Moving on down, Honorable Carl Slater. Then I'll go back to you, to the sponsor. Honorable Otto.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. In regard to the legislation, I support the purpose. I think that we're learning that maybe in order to accomplish all the things we'd like to accomplish, it's a lot trickier, and there should be comprehensive reform. I strongly believe in reforming the budget process and looking at a 2-year budget timeline, and that should be included in future discussions. I don't think that there's any threat or need to pass this immediately, but in principle, I support it. I think that functionally speaking, the real effect of this legislation is just going to be that we're going from a simple majority in approving carryovers to a 2/3 vote in approving carryovers. And I think that the 90% threshold was better when it was included, because that's showing that you needed a full-throated endorsement by the vast majority of council in order to approve these carryover requests, or to approve, continuing this funding for other purposes. So
My question to the sponsor is, do you disagree with that analysis that this is just going to change it to a 2/3 vote to approve carryover requests? Or is this going to do something bigger and better than that? I reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. 3 minutes, 26 seconds. Let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Aroso.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I don't, Mr. Honorable Kealan Begay, your question related to when programs are tied up due to Navajo Nation procurement process and so forth, maybe the 164. And the programs can make a request to the council that they wish to have a carryover, and that alludes to the amendment that happened at Budget and Finance Committee by Honorable Raymond Smith. The original legislation had a 90% threshold of the Navajo Nation Council. That 90% threshold was I originally intended to make so that it would be harder to get. And but it was Honorable Raymond Smith saying, no, let's go back to two-thirds vote of the council, 16. And even that's okay. If you guys feel comfortable with 2/3, that's fine. And with that, so if a program requests for that, the council can allow that to happen if they waive it at that voting requirement of 2/3. But the program would have to tell the council on why they want the carryover. They just want the carryover to happen. And it's a bailout for programs. You alluded to, we fund programs to provide direct services. And that leads to Honorable Elmer Begay's statements. We give monies, we don't give monies to the people, but we give monies, appropriate monies to the programs to provide direct services to the Navajo Nation each year. And these programs, at the end of the year, for some reason, they have carryovers left over, or they have monies left over, and they start lobbying the council for carryovers. And it all starts off at the committee budget hearings. Carryovers. Maybe this will spark the programs to start utilizing these dollars that we appropriate to these programs. You pay each year. For instance, if you went to DNR, water resource, how is the division director and the manager, department manager, and the manager for the program are expending these dollars? Or are they just holding out and just waiting around for the end of the year? Because at times, like for personnel lapse fund, like for personnel, programs use that for bonuses. At the end of the year, the program positions are not filled. They harness those vacancies, and they give out bonuses. They begin to manipulate the system. Maybe this will make the division director and the manager, they're the ones that applied for these positions. They're the reason why they're getting paid the big bucks. But yet they're not using the dollars. Is it council's fault that the programs didn't utilize the dollars? I don't think so. It's the fault of the division director and the fault of the manager not expending the dollars. The direct services, wherever it's for senior citizen, whether it's for the programs such as windmills, such as for other many offices we have throughout the Navajo Nation. And I guarantee you, if the controller can give us some numbers, historical records of how much carryovers was approved in fiscal year 2019, 18, 17, 16. This will get the programs to work. We get back to our districts. I go back into the city and the Navajo Nation. Although we're the legislative branch, but that's the function of the water resources. Water resources on Nisakis. Could the patient pilot nahot what ni halahot Nick then. I went out to Preston Mesa a couple of weeks ago. That windmill is not fixed. These programs, I'm not too sure what they're doing, but they need to get on the ball and get that initiative. Ako even na ko titi maybe ti na that na hajo insenda to cos at the initiative our managers and our division directors, because our Navajo people are the ones that should be getting this direct service. Ako even na ko ihas ashanan ako again, the programs can request for a carryover, but it will require a 2/3 council approval, 2/3 vote of the council's approval. So I just want to make the programs more responsible on direct services. I don't Mr. Delegate Herman Daniels, this will not affect the chapters, but think about it. Just think if it affects the chapters. I believe on the 23rd council, we had a audit from an audit report from Office of Auditor General, which alluded to $71 million sitting at the chapters. But this piece of legislation does not, will not apply to the chapters. The tribal operation. I guess Daniel So's question is directly to the controller. So I will a controller behind the schlicht. I don't Honorable Slater and We do need a comprehensive reform on Title 12. Yego. Hajondo kans. Yego becha nahot eota. Alcohol babenache. I do agree with you. I do agree with you also that the 90% threshold made it harder to accomplish. But again, it could be accomplished if the council really works together. You know, it really, 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 I do support that. But again, this legislation is the Navajo Nation Council in all. Next year, we're gonna be next year will be $30 million shortfall. Who are we gonna send home? That's who we're gonna determine. This very council, the 24th council, we're gonna vote red or blue, green. Who are we gonna send home? Even Coco, with Aban, says Kiso, but we are gonna have that conversation. $30 million shortfall for fiscal year 2022. How are we gonna minimize and make the how are we gonna make that decision? This year we had a conversation relating to saving the jobs. Whether we went into CR, continuous resolution, we still face layoffs. The Navajo Nation government is there duplicate is there services that are being duplicated out there? We had the Peabody coal, we had NGS movement, we had all these coal mines, such as in New Mexico, Chevron mine. I really like Honorable Mark Freeland. How are we gonna looking forward to reinvest in the finances of the Navajo Nation? The economic issue of the Navajo Nation. How can we start the economic engine on the Navajo Nation? Because we need revenues. Peso. I don't want to start increasing sales tax, because once you start increasing sales tax, you start taxing the people. Honorable Mark Freeland, and that's another conversation that we need to have. Again, Mr. Slater, related to the threshold, and then I do agree with you that it is just another way to it's just another legislation to put a 2/3 vote requirement of council in programs requesting for carryovers. I see it that way. And but again, you know, Honorable Henio, on one of our conversations, I think it was at Budget Finance, he did or at NABI, he did indicate that that you know, I believe I indicated that it was easier to get 16 votes. And yes, it's true. On the last council, it was different. The 23rd council, it was very hard to get 16 votes. I see this council, it's a lot easier to get that. And I really like what Honorable Henio said. That shows that this council is working together. My colleagues, we're working together. We're coming to consensus on issues, major issues. God, I can't nature. You see, ya ya con never nant nitlin. What abana such cases. I call Baba Nacha did not a destiny ya. I just want to start the process to look at how we could, one way that we could start with closing up the gap on the $30 million shortfall that's going to happen in 2022. Because if we get this, if this happens, if this legislation is passed, and at least 2022, we will have some money set aside, put back into the UUFB for the budget for to address the shortfall, and that's what the controller alluded to, relating to dollars. Just like citizen, there's a requirement. There's a lot of restrictions in citizen and in the main legislation of the establishment of the citizen policy. Permanent trust fund this is just one way from internally how we could start shoring up some monies for future financial stability of the Navajo Nation. Ara sa eba kwa atita nesse hiki kwa shohe kigo da doche tota ai nas doche nas no yes benia anko egi it an sa kisi it anko den net nen lenigi jo ba arula panash on tshne anko ele net nase the direct services based on the apasan ne lo listen. We can appropriate these dollars to allow our Navajo people to receive these direct services. I really encourage this body that we need to move forth on Title 12 reform. Under the last council, we did talk about it. We only talked about it the last council. But it is the future of the Navajo Nation, and we have to make sure that we have to start producing policy that will allow Navajo to grow in the future, because the market, the dollars related to the Navajo Nation, just trying to help try to shore up some money so that we have money set aside for the future. I guess my brother's question will go to the controller. Daniel, so yeah, you not Baba, yeah.
Okay, on bottom. So moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair. Actually, let me go back.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, Honorable Yellow Hair. Let me go back. Because
Okay.
Further clarity, Madam Controller, are you there?
Yes, Speaker. Auto Hihat Speaker, Auto Shaja, Delegate Auto So, then Delegate Daniel So, Benaidan Kidigi. In terms of the this legislation regarding carryovers, it wouldn't affect anything regarding the bond itself, because we're not trying to restrict the fund balance or divert from the fund balance or anything like that. Regarding carryovers to AAYA, it's part of the both the budget process and the financial process. So in terms of timing to AAYA, normally requests for carryovers are part of the comprehensive budget process. So auto usually our office closes the books for a fiscal year. Auto, Bikedo, AAYA for the new fiscal year. Then there's the request and then the budget process. So so in terms of timing, AAYA, if this were to pass, then it wouldn't be implemented immediately, because our office has already closed the books, or we're in the middle of, or we're finalizing closing the books. We should be doing that by Friday. So in the normal course, if we have done the comprehensive budget, we're not in a CR. We have the comprehensive budget passed. All the request goes in there, and that's voted upon. And normally, because we've been waiving certain things, there's usually a 2/3 vote anyways. So I view this as just formalizing what our practice has been, although it's for other reasons. So once that comprehensive budget is approved, and there's carryovers in that comprehensive budget that gets approved, that signals to us as we close the books into October and coming up with final numbers, carryover numbers. We usually get those out in November. So that's how the process works. But because we're in a CR, we don't have those approved carryovers, so we're operating with no carryovers as we close the books. So if this were to pass, then this is essentially putting the administration, your program managers and so forth on notice that there needs to be a 2/3 vote for the next comprehensive budget process. So in terms of the specific question about whether this affects the bond or the fund managers, that was more towards the amendment that was proposed. Because we're creating some restrictions on fund balance or diverting from fund balance, then that causes issue. But this is not that, so there is no issues on that. Generally speaking, I will say that regarding carryovers, it just kind of signals not the best planning, because if you have a budget to actual comparison, that should be a tool used by us to say how we're doing, if it's on a quarterly basis. I know in the controller's report, Exhibit C, that's what we do by branch. It can be done. Programs who are really good at using the financial reporting as a tool, They look at this on a quarterly basis. They reconcile to the FMIS information, and then by the time fiscal year end, they pretty much, spend all their money or most of their money. So if this budget to actual is used as a tool, then we shouldn't have any carryovers. So I just want to say that.
Thank you. With that, go back to the floor. Now, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you very much. Aros the control room to LT. Arsenal Ane 24 councilman, Gro Bespanitini. Oh yeah, in this case, as we all know, our expenditure is getting big. Then the revenue comes into the nations. We all know we have some experience, yes. We already talked about Peabody and other coal. They're going at them. Not a equity don't need such instantly based on just another comprehensive audit. I don't let the care of money give. I need to care of money by not the job. I job on the kitchen, I job to me hotel. She could this and we have either personal positions vacancy programs or you better to you either. They paid $13 million right there. Even in a whole lot in that a could or that nuns or that can be card that what are the things of budget. The associate is a crazy position, $13 million savings. They carry over that that's means that the position at the use that are non 88 at also that is as a budget. When this budget approved on and their position, better percentage, a percentage, what so now not so the what belongs in the personal less from of course. So it to hard and income. Except for retirement, that a French benefit may go there. I would a machine belongs in when I was there. Could it take up expenditures in Tazil, music care, just no sale or care in Tazil, her care is although she cared any not just no, you had to find money to buy the shoes. Eben just kick it. I could take about net bought no no. Ashipiwa, yeah, but later on me. Revenues declining a bit. We don't have flexible dollar peso. They'll be not on she. They may cause layoff. That's it on this. So yeah, Ottaban's case. A quay at the peso. The expenditure in Tran. Though I don't know, chapter the down at the peso is at all you what she was in the only 60 million to 74 million. But what I see, a call Hashitanas cash in the yard at 11 in not on as the peso are. And now it no, the peso or the channel either. With a crab engine, now this not only a compliment clinic. A cocoa. As we keep this on Shindia as being the committee, has 20 and a program manager, chapter, division director, he started now. You had the handed the budget in England. I don't the question also the personal savings that a Joe to cheat on is a penny because that Joe Craigie or your you're not on this. What I want to skip. Honda that I thought that I don't except for operating expense from travel on down. equate Argentina. Data care money, see some contract, when they get it encumbered. 80 side on automatic care over done. So there, what the chapter go, the PO that are open go auto continuous care over entirely. Kasi program division director, kasi without are you on us? But I didn't take peso. He got that the other that is encumbers care over money with a contract purchase order. A quake thought a cocoa. Asia should be a deep on this town. John Bone taught Asia that is national honey. A cocoa. I shouldn't let get in it in money. I see to the US in 100% military automatic. There'll be no care over, but we will be impact on the money because of our revenue the county. I'd like to reserve my time, Speaker. Here, thank you.
Email here. There's no time to reserve. With that, moving on down. Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I just wanted to voice my support on this legislation. I think that this 24th Navajo Nation Council will have to start making some really, really tough decisions. We voted in favor of closing Intech, and we knew of the $30 million shortfall that was going to be coming forth. None of us anticipated COVID-19, but as a result of COVID-19, we have heard our numbers for our revenues are going to start coming down. And I think that what Honorable Otto So stated with, are we going to lay off Navajo people, or are we, how do we tighten our belt? What do we do in this case? I was recently contacted by a person about a program that is buying running shoes for their employees. I was really shocked to have heard that, but it is happening, that our programs are spending money as if, it's their own purse. And the same thing is happening also within our chapters. And I feel like, we as council, we're choosing to ignore it, or we're choosing to not do anything about it. And by not doing anything about it, we're ignoring it. And so I think that this council, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, is going to have to start deciding on matters make some really tough decisions when it comes to spending the funds, and then also looking at our revenue sources and making sure that the services to the people are actually being delivered. And I also have seen the carryovers granted. This is actually my second budget session, but it really wasn't a budget session. And so I think last year, just everything going on in front of me, it was really difficult to kind of chime in because I was new, and I'm not going to lie, I was getting used to the process and also trying to keep up with what was being, what was in the BIM booklet. And quite honestly, I never had experience with the Navajo Nation budget prior to becoming a council delegate. So I think those are some tough questions that we have to ask. And I really credit Honorable Freeland for what he's been asking the president, which seems to be a really good question. What is your economic, your plan for the Navajo Nation economy? What is going to be done to address that? We have been in COVID since March. We haven't seen a plan for lowering our numbers aside from a curfew. And so I'm not seeing any leadership coming out of the president's office. And I think that it's going to fall back on council. As we all know, we have been making the tough decisions, you know, since our inauguration. So I think that, you know, with this legislation, it really does speak volumes as far as the tightening the belt and making sure that our Navajo people continue to be employed, coming up with some ideas, because what I think ultimately is going to happen, colleagues, is we are going to have to come up with a plan to boost the economy or to at least help the businesses on the Navajo Nation. I do not see that coming out of the president's office. Otherwise, it would have been presented already. There's not even a plan yet for addressing COVID-19. And I say that as a strict critic because I voted for the president. I attended almost all of his rallies, and I was really excited to see someone young and new presenting these ideas, but I haven't seen that come into fruition yet. So with that, I do support this legislation. I say that we tighten our belt. We start putting these programs, we hold our feet to the fire to ensure that these services are being provided to our people. And we really, with a critical eye, look at the spending that's happening. We should be questioning that program that is buying running shoes for their employees and clothes for their employees. Is that something that this council has authorized? With that, Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Time, Madam Chair. Okay, with that, we'll go back to Honorable Aruso. No, that was I think those are just comments.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Who was before?
Honorable Jimmy Yellow here.
Oh, Jimmy.
Has,
So the only one I have is Jamie Hinu. Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
No, go ahead, boss. I'm
Okay.
trying to get everybody in the queue lined up. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm going to respond to
Honorable
Honorable Yellow Hair and Madam Chair Charles Zoon.
He is correct. You know, our expenditure is getting bigger each year, and our revenue is getting smaller. And Madam Chair alluded to what is the economic plan for the Navajo Nation that Honorable Freeland has spoke about. And I personally feel that council is going to have to we're going to have to come to the table, start looking at ways to how we could continue to move to boost the economy. Because looking at the Navajo Nation economy is something that is very fragile. When you look at stores closed on Saturdays from Friday at 6 o'clock, all the way up to Sunday morning at 5 o'clock in the morning. How much of those business, how are those businesses, hurting? And you look at the travel center on I-40 there in Navajo. The stores close on the weekend, but you have trucks, tons of truckers going by every day there and missing out on revenues. But yet that store implements COVID protocol to go shop or to go pay for gas and things like that to enter the store. And I'm sure if all of our stores would use CDC guidelines to enter the stores and shop, the Navajo economy would at least be a lot better than what it is now. Our tax dollars are down. Fuel excise tax will be down across the board. And that affects everything, such as the minimum set-aside funds, that services the permanent trust funds, that services the Veterans Trust Fund, that services the chapter dollars, the chapter trust fund, the 2% that goes into there. 2022, the chapter allocation of their dollars set aside through the minimum set aside account is going to be less. Where are we going to pick up that offset? A copen, but in this sense, we can shore up some monies for the for government programs, so the Navajo Nation government can continue to operate for the next fiscal year. Yes, if their dollars get reverted back, they can devise their plan, submit their proposal, and ask a delegate to introduce legislation, and they can ask for UUFB. It's the normal process. Carryovers. Peso il Canada yo. Ako baba national ko ya jo pes ya ni chon ini naite on jondon o aban this case. I don't Madam Chair, I thank you for your support on this. As I introduced this legislation, things were going through my mind. Haisha should ni tansin. Haisha should lead Haisha need only. Looking at the 5-day comment period and the comments on this piece of legislation, 188. Today, there's still no comment from any division director, no manager, or no one from that's going to be that who will be directly affected, and that's the programs. Again, no supporting comments, no comments opposing, no inconclusive comments. And this legislation was dropped on August 18, 2020. And that came out of the 5-day comment period on August 23rd. It's been over almost 2 months. So that tells me that this does not matter to them. Because if I were a manager, if I were a division director, and I didn't use all the monies at the end of the year and I had lack of direct services, I would say, hey, what did I do? I have all this money left over. How should I have used it? How come Navajo citizens did not get these direct services? Oh, it's a way that we can tighten up our belts. But as of today, as of 36, about 60 days, there's no comments to this legislation to say that it's a bad legislation on the opposing comments. But the non-nation constituency benchmarks on the clinic. Kon konat ani in hilla. Di that ego igisi yego نهن أجا تهو بيج هول جش ابن يا أتخبه الشهوة النهجيت أهجننت الشيلة دي نيت هجوب نية. I was hoping that it would be for FY 2021, but we the budget and finance, the amendment was made and the can was kicked down the road. So this will go into effect for FY 22 budget.
Hey, thank you, Honorable Otto. So that nobody else on the board. Let me go back to reserve time. Chairman Hino, 3 minutes 55 seconds.
To the Speaker Damon, I am satisfied. I will vote. Waive my time.
Okay. That moving on down. Honorable Keelan Begay, 2 minutes 17 seconds. Honorable Keelan Begay. Honorable Keelan Begay going twice.
Speaker, I don't know, the staff or somebody else keeps muting me. But the one thing that could only behind the direct service to the Navajo people, Jordan, yes, there's some internal process and administration and managerial process are a factor, yes, overall. But my point is that you gave an example of a windmill. Fiscal year, but yet the anticipation by the chapter or the community is saying that basically the fiscal year ends go basically appropriate so somehow, one way or another, a lot of these projects would be coming to an end when a lot of these carryovers are not granted. Yes, there is a 2/3 vote to waive is in place, which is okay. But I guess my point, again, going back, is that how can we continue to make sure that these fundings that are appropriated are immediately be utilized. Although I thought we have asked programs, 638 funding, external funding, Ziki Ajit Chotabiti, Norda, Sobevich, Zine. The lengthy process for it to be utilized. As I'm sure there's to some extent, a lot of these carryovers are being requested. It's not the fact that a lot of them are just sitting there and not doing nothing by the end of the 11th hour, then they decide to work on it. But again, a lot of these are internal process. So it is anyone and everyone has their different of opinion. Then that's the reason why we have 24 of us making these statements and to some extent argument. So Speaker.
Give the time to me, brother.
Green. Red.
That will run down, Vice Chair Smith. 4 minutes, 20 seconds.
Here, our Speaker. Mabi Hataso Zito Corner Dasit Solzigi. This legislation will be in effect for the 2022 FY budget. Today, I see bandit. FY 2021. AI da controller kita ni. AI and books for close the door ni kita ni. Ako share bansis case. 11 yet. He studied no. So they 2022 ain't Yalaki a behis ani adol ni. Ako share bansis case. Ashini Yal Yahutsa. Adoko department Sandunigi carry over to the days Nido Nachin. Naha carry over. They rely on it. I couldn't hear you have Peshmas underneath Linigi AI done. Some of the carryovers we don't approve. Some of the carryovers we approve. Not everybody gets a carryover. Any hina watch me. Of course, Sheban's case did. Bando jail, she 2022 and Ero Tabahon is now. Then the legislation can be reintroduced to make it work for the Navajo Nation. And I agree. Chapters A, then a carryover. I aja peso. Then ahot edo. I aja itkanas nidon. Masandon hit shido. Okay, the hatinigi. We don't need to mess with their chapter allocation carryover. Yes, BNF did make some amendments. And I keep hearing my name. The reason why was because you put the bar too high. Carry over. Days. Later, some of the departments may really have a justification. We've got 2 years left. And with that time frame, what's the new council going to be like? The majority vote, Macau. Today, what's Yaligi, I see Bata who Yadole. What about this case, Dita? So I motioned to table this, Speaker, and send it back to BNF and really look at that and work with controller and see what we can do to. See what we can do. I can't, Shinada. I reserve my time.
Yeah, there's two avenues that were in your presentation. One is you're motioning to table, and then it's also you're asking for a referral back to budget and finance. Motion to table is to keep it here. Motion to referral would be actually sending it back to budget and finance. Vice Chair Smith, what is your motion?
I can't let the speaker, like you said, it's getting late. Refer to BNF. What our motion is.
Thank you, Monica.
Okay, with that, colleagues, how about? No. With that, legislation 0188-20. There's a motion by Vice Chair Smith to refer this legislation back to the Budget and Finance Committee for further consideration. With that, there's a second by Honorable Edison Wanika. And with that, colleagues, the referral motion is non-debatable, and Honorable Otto So only on a tabling motion. You get 3 minutes. In this case, because it's referring. And then I think referral motion, this legislation in your referral to bring back to Navajo Nation Council no later than when? Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
No later than 45 days.
45 days. Okay, with that, colleagues, to the board, 45 days.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Green.
Only on
Honorable
table.
Elmer,
On referral.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Callan votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesbaugh Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes red.
I'm sorry, Mr. James, can you repeat that?
Red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Excuse you.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Thomas. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Speaker with a vote of 10 yeas and 11 nays, and Speaker not voting.
With a vote of 10 in favor, 11 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion fails. Back to the main motion. Moving on down, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Honorable Slater, 3 minutes, 26 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, I don't think there's a huge rush to get this passed, since it's not going to take effect for a year effectively. But second, I'd like to reiterate that comprehensive reform needs to occur. I appreciate the sponsor's support of that. That reform needs to be inclusive of all of the issues that confront the operations of the Navajo Nation government. And accountability, can take place from a systemic perspective. That's kind of what I think you're trying to address here. But it really takes also personal leadership and I think a sense of obligation to your people to exercise that. And I hope that this is the beginning of that conversation. Disciplining employees, making tough management decisions is difficult. And I think that we let too much slide, and the results are what we're going to see next year, right? The controller said there's a $20 million hole in the budget. So we've had this government for 100 years, and this is what we got. I'm not sure I can say that Round Rock looks that much different than it did 50 years ago or 30 years ago. And it's a conversation I have very often with my family. How different does our community here, or our communities in Rock Point and Lukachukai and Saley Wheatfields and Sechija, how different do they really look? But what vision are we looking for? So all of these issues are intersectional. The housing for employees. We always talk about young people trying to come home. I was lucky enough to be able to do that because I had a home I can move into. But that's not what opportunity that everyone else has. And pay and being able to pay off bills, all of that. So we need to take that holistic approach. It's not just about economic development for economic development's sake. It's not just about being a good budget manager for being a good budget manager's sake. What is that vision that we want over the long term? How are we going to build a sustainable Navajo Nation? Sustainability and capitalism are inimical. So I think people here need to really think hard and long, whether you're a delegate, whether you're an average citizen off the street, whether you work in OOC. Is this the economic system that we want to participate in? Because the results that we're seeing presently in the United States in the 2020 election, where we have our Navajo Nation leadership hugging up against fascists and trying to really, I think, diminish the power of Indian country in many ways, is not what's going to bring us into the future. It's not what's going to return us to our traditional teachings either. So with that said, I hope that my colleagues will be supportive of more comprehensive reform in the future, that we can try to set our sights on some common goals and vision, and that this is really a launching pad for that discussion. Because for 100 years, we kicked the can down the road, thinking that coal was going to save us, that oil was going to save us, that maybe hemp, that any of these opportunities, whatever dangly, shiny thing that's flashed before us, we're ready to bring them before the Nabakeatia Committee and just roll over for another industry. But sustainability, sustainable communities, and returning to our, I think, the traditional values that took us to this day takes hard work. So let's do that hard work together and roll up our sleeves. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Almost later. That, nobody else on the board. I'm gonna go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and Navajo Council. The legislation in front of us is not pressing right now. We could have waited, done correctly, in order to ensure that we have every aspects of this covered, but apparently it failed, so waive the rest of my time, Speaker. Yeah.
Hey, was that, colleagues? I don't have anybody else on the board. Nobody else in reserve time. Ready to vote on legislation 0188-20 with one amendment. Going once, going twice, going three times. Second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, you have one amendment, page 3, line 4 or 5. Make the following changes. After the word year, insert a period and delete the rest of the sentence as follows. Will lapse at the end of the fiscal year, period. Overstrike unless otherwise designated by the Navajo Nation Council and overstrike. 2, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
With that, for the board on legislation 0188-20.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Doug Callen votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Canes Bakrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Alona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Gene So votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Speaker with a vote of 17 yeas and 5 nays, and Speaker not voting.
Okay, thank you. That's 17 in favor, 5 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
0188-20 continues on and goes across the street. Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Motion to recess.
Thank you, Speaker. My question of privilege is, can you ask the Office of Legislative Counsel to provide a memo to the council regarding the impact of this on both the carryover processes? I know that there's two, and one of them is, passing in the budget process. The other one is, I think, where there's the discretion of the branch chief for the allocations. Could they develop a memo and distribute that to council? Thank you.
Probably not only include them, but also the tax division led by Mr. Mel Rodas from Department of Justice. Thank you, Honorable Slater.
Speaker, this is Daniel.
Yes, Honorable Daniels.
Speaker, most of this is to reset. Side of the college that not need be all the legislation tomorrow. So, I'm gonna make a motion to reset.
Please, Monica.
Second.
Okay, there's a
Second.
motion to recess. What time is it now? 8:16 p.m. Colleagues, motion to recess by Honorable Daniels. Now, before I get a second, just let you know, colleagues, that there is individuals that actually committees that want to meet tomorrow. This motion passes. All those committee meetings will not happen tomorrow. Moving on down. Honorable Daniels, second by Honorable Monica. That, colleagues, go to board on motion recess at 8:16 p.m. until 10 a.m. tomorrow. We would start on legislation 0210-20.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canaz Balcrati.
Delegate Amber Canaz Balcrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz Balcrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Hey, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Jimmy, I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Speaker with a vote of 19 yeas and 4 nays and speaker not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. With 19 in favor, 4 opposed, speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, we are officially in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. I do believe that we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 legislations that are there for tomorrow. In that, colleagues,
Speaker Kellen.
I think there's some other things that'll be happening on Friday, but thank you, everyone. Have a good evening. On McCallum Gay.
Speaker Kellen.
Bye.
Speaker. Is there a way that we can get a quick redial when we get kicked off the line? A lot of times we end up I got kicked off like several times today, and we had to put in about 3-4 different numbers each time to just get back in. So I don't know if we could be able to get a simple dial-in numbers for the.
Are you using a computer or just your cell phone?
My cell phone.
If you're just using your cell phone, no, on a McCallum Gay, but if you're using a computer, there's a faster way. Or if you download the app.
Speaker.
Can you download the app on your
Actually,
phone?
Speaker, you're wrong. If you do that one touch, this is Delegate Charles Newman. I'm sorry. If you open up your calendar, Honorable Kialan Begay, and there's like a one touch button, it's automatic. And so it'll automatically call and it automatically puts in all of those numbers and you don't have to do anything. You don't even have to remember the numbers to punch in, but you have to access it one time from your calendar. And then once you access it, then if you get kicked off, then all you do is you just go back into your recent calls and you can call again. Just FYI.
But I think you have to have your app
calendar
downloaded.
No, you don't have to have your app downloaded. You just go to your calendar because Byron sent us the calendar reminder. You just go to your calendar and it's got like a little phone next to it and it says like you just do that one touch and it's automatic.
The only one I know is if you have the app, then you can automatically click on there and then it just jumps back on.
Can you ask the staff to send me link me to the one that Honorable Ms. Noon is talking about, Speaker? Thank you.
It's in an email. I'll have to send it to you on McCallum.
Monday morning, Byron.
Okay. Have a good evening, everyone.
Good night.
Okay, yellow hair. Can't want to make
Yeah.
Enjoy that squish. Oh, squish. Go on it.
Who's the IT person?
Aaron.